Testing 1 2 3 1 2 3. Here's the level. Hope you can all hear me. Translating now at Plaid Cymru Conference. All good. We're ready to go.
Bore da. Croeso I
Good morning
gynhadledd
and warm welcome to Plaid Cymru Spring
Warm welcome
Conference.
to you all to Plaid Cymru Spring Conference. I agor diwrnod cynta'r gynhadledd.
To open the first day of conference, please give a warm welcome to the member of the Senedd for the South East and the main candidate on Newport Islwyn constituency.
Local MS, spokesperson on transport and local government, and lead candidate for Casnewydd Islwyn, Llyr Gruffydd.
O gyfeillion,
Well,
croeso
friends,
cynnes
a very warm
Casnewydd.
welcome to
A mae'n
Newport.
fraint eich croesawu chi
It's
yma
an
heddiw,
honour to welcome
ac
you
yn
here today,
hyder I agor
and a
ein
real
cynhadledd
privilege to open
yma
our
yn
conference
Casnewydd.
here in Newport.
Pan symudes I a rai ganjlau i
I
dde Cymru
moved with my wife here 20 years ago.
oedd lleoliad fy swydd gyntaf,
Newport was the
a
location of my
erbyn
first
hyn yn Casnewydd mae fy swyddfa presennol.
and Newport.
A diolch
of my
aelodau
current
Plaid
office,
Cymru
and it's
Casnewydd
thanks
Islwyn
to
am fy newis yma
Newport
byddaf yn
Islwyn
sefyll
Plaid
yn
Cymru
yr
members
etholiad mewn 10
chosen
wythnos.
to thank me to write this
Ond
constitution
dim
and weeks,
just
but it's
lleoliad
not just a
ydy
location,
Casnewydd.
you know.
Mae'n neges.
There's a message here.
Newport is not just a location. Newport is a message. A message written in iron and coal. A message spoken in many languages. A message carried by generations who believed Wales could be fairer and better than the world they inherited. This is a city shaped by resilience, renewal and pride, and that makes it a perfect home for a Plaid Cymru conference on the cusp of arguably the most important election in our history. But let us remember, this hall has heard many voices. Not long ago, the right-wing populists gathered here to preach division and fear, to tell communities that the future belongs to the loudest voices, the deepest pockets, and the most cynical opportunists. For all their talk, they are simply recycled, reheated, rehashed remnants of the same old Tory party. We see them for what they are, and we answer them. We answer them with hope, we answer them with solidarity, and we answer them with a movement rooted in fairness. Because Newport has always known which side of history it stands on. It was here in 1839 that the Chartists marched, men and women from the valleys and the coast demanding democracy, dignity, and more importantly, a voice. They were met with bullets, they were met with hate, and they were met with an establishment terrified of change. And the establishment is still terrified of change today. But they marched anyway, and because they marched, we can vote today. I learned a lesson early in my life that listening to people is probably the most important thing you can do. But listening without hearing doesn't get you anywhere. The skill comes from hearing the similarities, the things that unite us, the things that everyone wants: hope, opportunity, fairness, and respect. But then you have to act. And on May the 7th this year, we must all act. We must all vote, not as a ritual, not as a habit, but as a promise to those who fought for democracy. Safon yn y bwlch gyda'n gilydd y nawr, mae Cymru ein hangen ni. dros ein hiaith, dros ein
for our
gwlad,
language,
dros ein
for our
pobl,
country,
dros ein
for our
plant
people,
gyda'n
and for our
gilydd,
children
mi
together.
safon ni. Ac wrth sôn am ein plant,
Bridge that gap. And talking about our children, next year, the young people of Wales will come to Newport as the Llyr Gruffydd comes here for the first time. A real celebration of our language, culture, and young people in this city. I know that the preparations have started with great enthusiasm. There's a great vibrancy across the area. But in that vibrancy, in that buzz, we've got to remember more than ever, there are some people ready to undermine us. Today, I'm glad that you, friends, have come to Newport again. And there's a very different feeling in the air now. Feeling of momentum, of hope, of change. In walking those streets and knocking on doors across this constituency, I've seen that change growing. More people are listening, more people are taking part, and more people are putting their faith in what we are building together. Change like this doesn't happen overnight. It stems from hard work, from a decision, a determination, and a message of hope that is voiced from all parts of the party and country. Let's just say this clearly. This momentum, does not belong to any one person or any one group, any one man. It belongs to you all. Our members who give of their time, our volunteers who knock on doors in all weathers, those organisers who keep the party moving on forwards. It's our community roots. It's the heartbeat of Plaid Cymru, and always has been. And that is the power that strengthens Wales today.
Friends, that spirit is what brings us to this moment, because we stand at a crossroads. Across our country, we see politics that blames immigrants instead of political failure, that blames communities instead of inequality, that offers anger where people need answers. But Wales has never moved forward by turning on one another. We move forward when we invest in each other, when we connect our towns with proper transport links, when we fund our councils fairly, when we strengthen the NHS, when we build our economy, when we help families with costs of living, when we raise standards in our schools, and when we tackle child poverty, and when we stand up for Wales. That is the Wales Plaid Cymru is building. It's confident in its communities, confident in its ambition, and confident in its future. And I believe this conference marks a turning point. Across Newport, across Islwyn, across these valleys, across Wales, people are listening. People are ready for a politics that respects them, ready for a party that reflects them, ready for a government that works for them. So let this gathering be more than speeches. Let it be a signal that Wales is ready for change, that Wales is ready for new leadership, that progressives across our nation are coming together, and that the future will be shaped not by those who shout the loudest, but by those who care the most. Friends, let us honour the Chartists, not with words, but with votes. Let us answer division, not with just argument, but with action. And let us leave here not just inspired, but mobilised. Because the road ahead is ours to build. The future is ours to win. And together, united, hopeful, determined, we will make Wales the country we know it can be. Diolch yn fawr iawn. Let's get to work.
Cymru's spokesperson on agriculture and rural affairs to the stage. Rowch groeso I Llyr Gruffydd.
Wel, diolch yn fawr iawn I chi gyd. Mae'n fraint cael sefyll fan hyn o'ch blaenau chi.
Very much. It's a real honour to stand right next to you. And it's such an exciting period in our time for our nation as well. There are 10 weeks, as we all know, before the people of Wales are asked to make a choice. And it'll be a simple choice to all extents and purposes. Quite a fundamental choice too. Do they want a government led by parties who are answerable to their political masters in London, or do they want a government that is answerable only to the people of Wales and will place the people of Wales first every time? The evidence of the last few years has been clear, undoubtedly, from HS2 to the Crown Estate to devolving police and justice, well-being. Starmer, Badenoch, Farage. They are the political masters of their parties in London, not Morgan, Miller and Thomas, which sounds more like a firm of dodgy accountants, if you ask me. But they're puppets. They're puppets in the pockets of their leaders, their British leaders. But that's not how it is in Plaid Cymru, of course. There's no London hand steering us. Plaid Cymru stands ready to serve Wales and nobody else, and to serve every part of Wales, of course. Now, it's a common complaint against Westminster government that they prioritise the southeast of England to the detriment of the rest of the UK. And here in Wales, under Labour, well, just ask our electors in the north if they feel that they have had their fair share of investment and jobs, and you'll have a very clear answer. But after 6 years, 26 years in power, Labour have had their chance, and now it's time for change. But what sort of change? Well, the opinion polls show that it looks like a two-horse race between hope from Plaid Cymru or chaos from Reform. A party that speaks divisive language, that divides communities, a party that always sees blame but points a finger without offering any solutions. Literally a private company for millionaires, billionaires and the London elite. But Plaid Cymru is different. We weren't established in the corridors of Westminster. We weren't funded by hedge funds from the City of London, and our vision was not born in a meeting of focus groups anyway. It's taken 100 years to build Plaid Cymru. Brick by brick, community by community, from the common people like you and me who feel passionately that Wales can do better. What would that small crew who came together in Pwllheli think if they were here in the audience with us today? Would they ever have imagined that the party they founded is now within reach of becoming the main party of Wales? Weeks only are left for us to ensure that the sweat and toil of the last century bears fruit.
We have a real opportunity on the 7th of May to elect a party and a government that will not only put Wales first, but all of Wales. Whether you live in Clwyd in the northeast, or Ceredigion Penfro in the west, or indeed in Gwynedd Maldwyn, which is both in the east and the west. Plaid Cymru is the party for the whole of Wales, because over the years, too many of our communities across Wales have felt forgotten and have felt left behind. Now, rural Wales, for example, feels as if it's been treated as an afterthought by successive governments both in Cardiff and London. Labour has certainly treated our rural communities as a peripheral concern. After 26 years in power, they've hollowed out the very infrastructure that once gave rural Wales a strong strategic voice. The old Development Board for Rural Wales, once a cornerstone of rural economic planning, now long gone. The Wales Rural Observatory, which did so much of rural policy development, giving us vital insights into rural life, gone as well under Labour. And what replaced them? Piecemeal policies, urban-centric legislation, and a lack of vision for the countryside, next to no strategic, joined-up thinking about the future of rural Wales. And just a box-ticking approach to so-called rural proofing. Not my words, by the way, but according to Audit Wales, whose work has shown that rural proofing is inconsistent and ineffective in Wales rather than being embedded. Well, Plaid Cymru says enough is enough. If rural communities are to thrive, then accounting for their needs must be hardwired into government, placed on a mandatory, even a statutory footing, so that no minister can sideline rural Wales ever again. And that's why Plaid Cymru's calls for a rural reset within Welsh Government isn't a slogan, it's a true structural shift. As part of creating a new National Economic Development Agency, we'll give it a clear, unapologetic responsibility for rural economic development. We want a new rural development strategy with targeted measures to overcome some of the structural barriers that hold back our rural economy, and a determination to ensure that prosperity is not postcode dependent. And when Westminster compounds the problem, well, Labour in Wales too often falls silent. We saw that, didn't we, with inheritance tax proposals, a policy dreamt up in London, blind to the reality of Welsh family farms, farms that are cash poor, living a hand-to-mouth existence, farms built over generations, not through speculative portfolios. Well, Plaid Cymru stood shoulder to shoulder with farmers in opposing it, both at Westminster and in the Senedd. And Plaid Cymru will do so again, wherever and whenever Welsh interests are at stake. Because this Senedd election is bigger than one tax. It's about who's fighting for Wales's future, who's fighting for the future of every part of Wales. Now,
food and agriculture are strategic national assets and important ones at that. The food sector and drink sector actually is responsible for about 17% of jobs in Wales, 250,000. And at the root of it, the agricultural sector is built on family farms and rooted in our rural communities. And yet again, 95% of food distribution in the UK is dominated by just a handful of supermarkets, giant supermarkets. And this concentration of power is squeezing producers and exporting far too much power out of our, profit rather, out of our communities. And one of the actual measures we have to rebalance this is public procurement. Now, at the moment, only about 55% of procurement spending stays here in Wales, and we as a party want to increase this significantly, up to 75% and beyond if we can. And that's important, because for every additional 1% in that procurement value that stays in Wales, that corresponds to 2,000 additional jobs. So, increasing by 10% could create 20,000 new jobs, many of them in our most marginalised rural communities. And that, of course, without necessarily spending an extra penny, only spending that money more wisely and choosing Welsh producers. But we have to also reform strengthen rather, the capacity of processing to go hand in hand with that and defend our local abattoirs and regional processing centres so that the value stays in Wales and that those supply chains are shorter, more resilient and more sovereign.
That's why we need a more coherent national food strategy for Wales, one that aligns farming, processing, procurement and public health, built around Welsh production for Welsh plates, building on successful projects such as the Welsh Veg in Schools initiative, which brings with it, of course, all the economic, environmental and health benefits that every one of us wants to see. It's also important in a global food system that's becoming increasingly turbulent, especially in a post-Brexit era, when many of our biggest international markets are now more difficult to access. Exports of British farm products to the EU have dropped almost 40% since Brexit, with agri-food exports down by almost £3 billion a year. It's been hugely damaging and has forced huge upheaval. And the replacement of the Common Agricultural Policy with the Sustainable Farming Scheme, for example, has caused a great deal of apprehension about how the scheme will work and how it will impact on individual farm businesses. And there's still a job of work to do on it. And that's why the next government needs to be flexible and be ready to evolve, change and amend the scheme as it goes ahead. I know the sector also feels it needs a longer transition period with a more gradual tapering away from the basic payment scheme to help family farms adjust to the new scheme. And funding, as ever, as always, is key, isn't it? And the post-Brexit cuts to farm funding is hurting us now more than ever. Not a penny less was Boris Johnson's promise on agricultural funding after Brexit. Before then, of course, he left Welsh farmers almost £250 million worse off, something the FUW described as daylight robbery. And Labour has gone a step further and moved to use the Barnett formula for agricultural funding for Wales. So instead of what used to be a 9.4% share of funding, we now get just 5%. Well, we certainly didn't see that on the side of the Brexit bus, did we? Now, restoring that funding is critical if we're serious about growing and strengthening the sector's resilience in Wales. Funding levels, as always, is one thing, but funding certainty is another as well. When we were part of the European Union, of course, Welsh farmers had 7 years of funding security under the Common Agricultural Policy. We're now going from year to year, not knowing what, if anything, will be available in 12 months' time. Well, how on earth do you confidently plan your business on that basis? That's why a Plaid Cymru government will guarantee agricultural funding for the entire period of the next Senedd. We will commit to a long-term funding cycle to give confidence to Welsh farmers to invest in their business and in our food security. And that isn't all. There's quite a long list of issues that whoever forms the next government needs to grapple with. And that includes reviewing the NVZ regulations, of course, moving to a more targeted, a more proportionate approach, as recommended by the recent Bolton review, moving away from the farming by calendar approach to a much more sensible and practical way of dealing with it. Similarly, tackling the scourge of bovine TB, and I'm looking forward to the outcome of the work of the technical advisory group set up by government in hopefully giving a clear steer to the next government on getting to grips with that terrible disease. And did you know that it's nearly 15 years since the last major review into reducing red tape in the sector? Since then, of course, we've had Brexit, we've had new trade deals, increased regulations on bovine TB, water quality, the sustainable farming scheme as well. It all means that it's timely to revisit that issue, not to neglect some of the requirements under those regulations, but certainly to make them more practical and more workable. That's why, in the first 100 days of a Plaid Cymru government, we will commission an independent review into the cumulative bureaucratic burden on the agricultural sector in Wales. Rural Wales shouldn't be managed, it should be empowered to thrive. And that's exactly what a Plaid Cymru government will do. We understand that prosperity must reach every postcode, that opportunity must exist in every community, and that every part of this nation deserves the same chance. That's why we will govern for all of Wales. Now, Rhys Iorwerth's election, hopefully in May as First Minister, would be hugely significant, wouldn't it, in so many ways, including, of course, becoming the first ever First Minister from North Wales. And that'll matter, not because North Wales deserves special treatment, but because it'll mean that we no longer need token titles like Cabinet Secretary for North Wales as some sort of sticking plaster to try and hide a deep-rooted structural problem within Welsh Government. Every minister in a Plaid Cymru government will be a minister for North Wales and every other part of Wales. And despite all the evidence to the contrary, Labour are still trying to tell us, of course, that their partnership in power is delivering at both ends of the M4. Well, how about a government that delivers at both ends of the A470 and every place in between? A government for the whole of Wales. And that real partnership in power is coming in May. It'll be a partnership in power between Plaid Cymru and the people of Wales. But I'll end where I began. Other parties have billionaire backers, they have wealthy donors, they have corporate networks. We don't. We have something more powerful. We have you. Plaid Cymru was built on grassroots activists, and victory in May will be delivered by grassroots activists, by real people, in real communities, in every corner of our country. So let's get out there and do what we all know we need to do to deliver that new leadership for all of Wales. Diolch yn fawr.
Mae'n pethau'n gweithio'n grêt nawr.
Yeah. Should I tell him, Jimmy?
Well, prynhawn da gynhadledd.
Good afternoon, conference. It's wonderful to be here with you all and seeing so many of you here.
Bob cynhadledd Plaid Cymru.
Every Plaid Cymru conference is an opportunity not only to come together, but also to reflect on our purpose as a party and why we, as individuals, have chosen to be members of this party. For me, the reason why I'm a member of Plaid Cymru is because of Plaid's commitment to ensure fairness for Wales and the people of Wales, and to work tirelessly to realise the potential of our nation and all who live here. This is the only party that has the vision and ambition, and which is united in its belief that it's here in Wales that decisions about the future of Wales need to be done, not in some faraway office in London like Reform and Labour. Why I became a member of this party at 16 years of age, we didn't have an assembly, never mind a senate. And in my early 20s, I don't know how many people gave me the advice, if he wanted to exceed in public life of Wales or in politics in Wales, I'd need to change my membership card to the Labour one. I didn't. Because as we all as members of this party know, we have core values and we're not willing to compromise on those values. We don't have to kowtow to any bosses in London, and it is obvious that the people of Wales are beginning to realise that and want to see a party which has ambition for our nation. Labour has run out of steam, and the people of Wales have had enough of hearing their empty promises. We need change. We need a Plaid Cymru government, and we need a Plaid Cymru First Minister, Llŷn ap Iorwerth.
And conference, you will know from the conversations we're all having across Wales that people are looking for leadership, for integrity, and above all, for ambition, and they are looking to Plaid Cymru. I want to talk today about something fundamental to who we are as a nation and essential to the Wales we want to build, our culture and sport. Culture is not something nice to have. It is the backbone of our identity as a nation. It is the stories we tell, the languages that we speak, the artists, musicians, writers and performers who bring Wales to the world and the world to Wales. And sport? Well, sport is community. It is pride. It is well-being. It is the collective joy of seeing our teams excel, or the collective disappointment when our national teams lose. It was far too close against Scotland last Saturday. But also, we cannot underestimate the importance of local clubs, leisure centres, as well as our world-class facilities in bringing people together in a common purpose and giving people a place to belong. Culture and sport make us who we are. They bind us together, and they have the power to transform lives. But conference, let's be honest, Wales is not currently being supported to reach its potential. For far too long, our cultural and sporting sectors have been held back by short-term thinking, inadequate funding, and a lack of political leadership. Talented people and innovative organisations are doing incredible work, but they are doing it despite the political leadership, not because of it. Communities are crying out for investment in facilities. Arts organisations are struggling to survive. Too many children, especially in deprived areas, are missing out on opportunities that should be theirs by right. And while people across Wales feel this, the Labour Welsh Government continues to lack ambition. They offer warm words, but no direction. They defend decisions from Westminster instead of challenging them. And the result is the same. Communities left behind and potential left untapped. Wales deserves better than this. People living in Wales deserve better than this. Felly,
So, what about Plaid Cymru's vision? As a party, we have always believed in the force of culture and sport to strengthen our nation. But believing isn't enough. We need a plan. So let me outline what a Plaid Cymru government commitment in these fields will be. Firstly, we shall be presenting a new strategy for culture, a real strategy, not the one that we have at the moment, a long-term strategy which includes all the culture and heritage institutions of Wales, formulated not in an office in Cardiff Bay, but with communities, artists, cultural workers and institutions, the length and breadth of Wales. A strategy which strengthens and protects the culture of Wales, invests in creative skills and ensures that young people can have access to the arts, no matter where they live or their parents' income might be. And one also which recognises the important role of culture as regards mental and physical health and well-being. Secondly, we shall strengthen the support for sports and physical activity. We also know about the positive effect of sports on physical and mental effect, and we shall therefore ensure that we strengthen the relationship between sports and the health service as a preventive measure. Thirdly, we'll ensure that Wales takes full advantage when major events come to Wales, such as the Tour de France, or when our national teams shine on the international stage. We need long-term legacy plans, and in this respect, our present government has been weak, with one officer admitting recently in a meeting of the Culture and Sport Committee that they tend as a government to think about legacy after an event has taken place. That's legacy planning. It tells you everything about the leadership here in Wales, or rather the lack of leadership.
As Plaid Cymru spokesperson on culture and sport, I meet so many people who embody the very best of Wales. People running community arts groups on a shoestring, volunteers coaching young people after long work days, or doing everything they can to keep people of all ages engaged in sport, music, or drama. They do it because they know that it makes a difference. And they deserve a government that matches their passion and commitment with real support. But I also meet young people who tell me they've had to give up activities they love because their family couldn't afford the costs. I meet arts organisations on the brink because their funding is insecure. I meet volunteers who fear their clubs may not survive. These are not isolated stories. They are symptoms of a broken approach, an approach that simply isn't good enough. Plaid Cymru offers something different. We offer ambition. We offer direction. We offer a belief in Wales, not as it is, but as it can be. We believe that culture belongs to everyone, not just to those who can afford it. We believe that every child should have the chance to play, create, grow, and succeed. We believe that investment in culture and sport is investment in a healthier, happier, stronger Wales. And we know that when Wales is confident in its identity, when our young people feel inspired, when our communities feel valued, everything else becomes possible. This is what Plaid Cymru will deliver. Now, in the months ahead, Wales face a clear choice, a choice between a Labour government that has grown tired, defensive, and directionless, a government that has failed to stand up for Wales or to stand up to Westminster, or a Reform government with no vision for Wales, and they're only interested in Wales as a stepping stone for Farage getting into Downing Street, or a Plaid Cymru government that believes in fairness, that believes in ambition, and that believes in the potential of every community in our nation. A Plaid Cymru government that will use every lever available to create opportunity, not manage decline. A Plaid Cymru government that will place culture, sport and well-being at the heart of national renewal. A Plaid Cymru government that will give Wales the confidence to shape its own future. And finally, step forward as the mature, vibrant, self-assured nation we know it can be. Gynhadledd.
Conference.
Mae'n diwylliant ein cymunedau.
Our culture, our communities, our young people deserve leadership which believes in them. They deserve a government which will stand for Wales, promote its identity and invest in its future. Plaid Cymru is the only party that can give that leadership, but we can't do that on our own. So today, I want to ask each and every one of you a favour, or anyone who's following our conference online, take this message to our communities. Talk to your neighbours, your colleagues, your friends and your families. Tell them how Wales can be with a government that believes in Wales and with Rhyd ap Iorwerth as First Minister. A fairer Wales where our young people and communities can flourish. Things won't change overnight, they can't. But things can change and will begin to change, and there will be a plan in place to create that necessary transformation. So together, with hope and belief and determination, we can achieve. But we need to win the election to do that, and we need your support to do that. So, conference, the last question I have for you today is, are you ready for the next few weeks? Are you? Oh, come on, that's not very good. I hope you are. I'm ready. As a candidate in Pontypridd Cynnon we're ready for the campaign with my fellow candidates Liz, Sarah, Ian Farrell and Johan. And as part of Rhyd's team in the Senedd, I know that Plaid Cymru is ready to govern. This is our opportunity, not only as a party, but as a nation. So what about it? Together, we can succeed. Thank you, conference. Tisha, gwneud na ti. Iawn. The voice of God gyntaf.
Senedd Gwynfor Meirionnydd i'r llwyfan. Ensuring an NHS fit for the future will be central to Plaid Cymru's vision for Wales. Please welcome the party's spokesperson on health, Gwynfor Meirionnydd MS, Mabon ap Gwynfor.
Gynhadledd.
Conference.
Dydy salwch ddim yn dechrau
The illness doesn't start in the hospital waiting room. Sickness starts the moment a worker realises the wage doesn't pay for heating and food for the family. It starts in a damp living room in Grill. It starts in a polluted street in Crumlin. We treat the symptoms in our surgical theatres, the operating rooms, but the disease, well, that's been woven into the fabric of our society from cradle to grave. This is not a revolutionary new concept. No. Long before the welfare state, long before the National Health Service, a Welshman from Newtown had already rewritten the rules of public health. Profit wasn't the starting point for Robert Owen. People were his starting point, their homes, the air they breathed, the water that they drank, and the hours that they spent working. And on seeing their lives, he saw their poverty, their illness, and those lives being fragmented and cut too short. And he came to a very radical conclusion. If you want healthier people, change their living conditions. And then, in 1946, another Welshman took that lesson and wrote it into law. Not as an illness service. He didn't write it as a sickness service. He wrote it as a health service. That's what Aneurin Bevan did. And the first act passed in 1946, that National Health Act, was to improve the health, both mentally and physically, and to prevent and treat illness. But prevent is what came first. And those victories of preventative medicine that Bevan wrote are the most important ones for mankind. Preventative medicine is nothing short of health working jointly. So we don't repair the results of poverty, but prevent them. We don't wait for a crisis, but create the conditions where crisis is going to be less likely to arise. That was the main initial aim. And if we're serious about governing, we're not just going to drag on while things decline. We have to return to that initial vision. But under the current regime, things have been allowed to drag aimlessly.
Have allowed a fundamental shift to occur, almost without us noticing. They've allowed our National Health Service to drift towards becoming a national hospital service. We're treating the fever, but ignoring the infection. It reminds me of the old warning given by the reformer Joseph Malins more than a century ago. Malins spoke of a community living high on a cliff. People were falling off the edge, mangled and broken on the rocks below. And the town's solution? They didn't build a fence at the top. Instead, they raised a collection to put a high-speed ambulance at the bottom. Conference, for too long in Wales, we've been obsessed with the ambulance at the bottom of the cliff. We've become world-class at picking up the pieces, but we failed to build that fence. If we are to see genuine improvement, we must fix the two ends of the service that have been neglected, our primary care and our social care. That's where the fence is built. This is where we stop that fall. And these aren't add-ons to a hospital. They are where the damp bedroom is identified, where the frail elder is supported, and where the chronic condition is managed before it becomes an emergency. They are the front line of a healthy nation. And let's be clear, being healthy doesn't mean looking after our physical health alone. The nation's mental health needs parity of care, treating a mind in crisis with the same urgency as a body in pain. But why has that fence never been built? Because for 27 years, we've seen a government paralysed by a learned helplessness. They've become mere managers of decline, convinced that Wales is too small or too poor to do anything but wait for crumbs from Westminster's table. That mindset has limited the horizon of our health boards. It's tethered them to a culture of quick fixes, where they are pressured to look for temporary solutions because the government hasn't given them the permission or the vision to build for the long term. We aren't building a legacy, we're just borrowing time. Look at the sticking plaster economics of the last 5 years. Mae'r Llywodraeth yma wedi gwario 1.
This government has spent £1.5 billion on trying to get to grips with waiting lists. And yet, waiting lists are greater today than when Eluned Morgan came into power 18 months ago. And why? Well, because rather than investing in long-term solutions, she's been chucking money at short-term answers. It's like pouring water into a leaking bucket. They're doing it like an endless cascade, spending a fortune on the water, but the bucket remains empty because they didn't close the hole. Whilst using external capacity outside the NHS gives you short-term respite, it doesn't and can't be a long-term solution. Every pound that we will spend to clear the backlog of waiting lists will correspond with a plan to build our own capacity for tomorrow. So we won't be paying just for surgeries, we will be investing in long-term ability of our health service to treat our people. The facts are obvious to everyone to see. It's an elderly, ageing population, and although that is a witness to the successes of modern medicine, it also poses a challenge. Age is the most important factor that influences a person's health. And yet, we face this change, this enormous change in demographic, without the workforce and without the fundamental basic care infrastructure that's needed to cope with this challenge. We cannot continue to treat the NHS as a reactive service, as to step in at a time of crisis. We have to move the focus from crisis to preventative. If we don't move our resources now, then the system will be overwhelmed completely by the amount of demand. Our GPs are heroes, but they're heroes that have been placed in an impossible situation. Wales is 500 GPs short of the OECD level, and when a GP sees that they just don't have the necessary time to see a patient properly, well then far too often that patient will be placed on a pathway for treatment. And then the patient is no more than a number on a waiting list. Imagine if a portion, just a portion, that 1.5 billion had been used as part of a clear strategy long term rather than an aimless sticking plaster. Imagine if they'd recruited some of those 500 GPs and community nurses or health workers, professional health workers in the community.
But perhaps the greatest failure of this administration is their lack of vision. They brag about record contacts. They wear the number of 111 calls and ED visits as a badge of success. Conference, a crowded waiting room isn't a badge of success. It's a certificate of failure. And Erin Bevan knew this in 1952. He wrote that a health service should be judged not by how many people it treats, but by how few need treatment. By Bevan's own standard, Labour has failed. They have forgotten that the NHS was meant to be a liberation from fear and sickness, not a treadmill of perpetual crisis. They've settled for a national hospital service because they've lost the courage to build a national health service. Conference, we don't have to accept this. There is no law of nature that says that Wales must have the longest waiting lists or the oldest fax machines. This isn't as good as it gets. We don't need more pilot projects or working groups to tell us what we already know. We need a government that stops talking about innovation and starts delivering it across the whole of Wales. I'm the only elected member from Wales in the European Cancer Organisation's parliamentarian group. I'm the only elected member from Wales that's attended those conferences. And when I speak to oncologists in Slovenia or digital health pioneers in Estonia, they don't see a helpless Wales. They see a nation that could be a world leader. If only we had a government that looked outward instead of inward. So if we want to build the fence I spoke of, we must begin with 3 radical shifts in how we govern. It starts with culture. No more managed decline, let's manage innovation. It's said that a fish rots from the head. Well, for 27 years, the culture at the top has been one of shirking responsibility and fearing criticism. That ends with us. Wales is a laboratory of innovation. We have pockets of brilliant practices from Caernarfon to Cardiff, but we are failing to scale them. So let's establish a learning and implementation unit, learning from what works and ensuring that all benefit from it. No more postcode lotteries. If a cardiology service works on the road in northwest Wales, we'll put it on the road across the whole of Wales. And it continues with modernisation. Let's embrace the digital revolution. It's a national embarrassment that in 2026, our hospitals still rely on paper and fax machines, while Finland digitised in the 1970s. It's a basic failure of safety when a GP can't see a hospital consultant's notes. So we launch a 10-year digital programme to ensure that our systems don't just exist, but talk to each other. We'll put the patient in control of their own data using AI and telehealth to empower people, not just to be passive recipients of care, but to be the architects of their own well-being. Like the One London model, we'll use data to drive policy, because you can't fix what you can't see. Our digital vision isn't about using and buying new gadgets, it's about a fundamental shift in how we see the problem. Think of 1854 and the Broad Street pump. When cholera tore through London in 1854, the authorities were busy treating the dying. But Dr. John Snow, a physician, did something different. He mapped the cases. He traced the outbreak to a single contaminated water pump in Soho, and he removed the handle, thus stopping people from drawing the poisoned water. No new medicine, no miracle cure, just evidence used to prevent the disease at its source. Our data, our AI, our shared records, these are the pump handles of the modern age, the tools that allow us to stop illness at its source. A gadewch I mi fod yn gwbl glir.
Let us be absolutely clear. We will tackle waiting lists directly. We will create more medical centres that are bespoke to ensure that treatments that are less complex are achieved swiftly and effectively. We will introduce a clinical review, a higher level clinical review of waiting lists so that people can be referred to the correct care the first time round, not left to suffer for months or years, absolutely needlessly in the wrong queue. And at last, we will pair staff with demand so that professional workers, the correct ones, are in place to answer that demand. And we will use modern technology to reduce needless appointments and bring care closer to home. Not aimless wandering, but disciplined working with purpose. Building on those foundations that were set by us in that cooperation agreement, we will move on and develop our care service, the National Care Service. And we will move services to the people, not the people to the services. And then, inspired by those mobile medical units in Lapland and our own breast testing centres, we will bring cardiology and diagnostics to the valleys and to the core and the heart of our rural areas. We will build on those medical family clusters to trial federal units and bring services out of the hospital into the heart of the community. And then we will start to rebuild that medical workforce of GPs, ensuring more doctors in the areas that need them most. And we will develop an inclusive, comprehensive workforce, medical workforce plan, working towards better pay for our care workers, because the care service is nothing without that army of people that maintain it and sustain it from day to day. But any success in the field of health is conditional on our ability to tackle the service that is ignored far too often, our care service. And we will start on the work of repairing that Cinderella service that has been neglected for far too long. part of that health and care service that carries the heaviest burden but gets the least attention. And at the moment, 1,300 people in Wales have to lie in beds absolutely needlessly just because there's no care package there for them. They've been caught in limbo just because of this enormous delay in transferring back to community care. Caught in systems that are too busy arguing over budget rather than putting the person in the centre, at the heart of it, and those systems have to change. And we will legislate to put an end to a regime that enables public bodies to refuse taking responsibility and force those organisations to work as one. No more silos, no more excuses. And we will treat our social care workers and that Cinderella service with the respect they deserve. We can't expect that fence we were talking about to be the best possible unless we show due respect to those building it.
By strengthening the two ends of the spectrum, primary care and social care will finally ease the pressure on the middle. We'll turn that national hospital service back into a national health service. I won't stand here and insult your intelligence by promising a miracle in a 4-year term. Anyone who says this can be transformed overnight is not being serious. But while we can't finish the work in 4 years, we can and we must change direction. We can decide here and now that we're done with the sticking plaster economics of labour. We can decide that our GPs, our allied health professionals and our carers will no longer be treated as an afterthought, but as the bedrock of a healthy nation. We can decide that we'll no longer be obsessed with the ambulance at the bottom of the cliff, but that we'll finally, together, build the fence at the top. Because this isn't as good as it gets. Robert Owen saw that health begins in the conditions in which people live. And Erin Bevan saw that the prevention is the highest form of civilization. Now it falls to us to act with that same clarity, to stop reacting to crisis and start preventing it. Conference, the challenge is immense, but our purpose is clear. We will replace the tyranny of metrics with a victory of outcomes. Because I'm not interested in how many boxes you've ticked. I'm interested in whether your patient was treated with dignity, seen on time, and given the care that they need. So let's build a system that judges its success not by how many people crowd our waiting rooms, but by how many people are living full, healthy, and independent lives in their own homes. That's our vision. A nation that prevents illness, restores dignity, where our nation's health and well-being isn't an afterthought, but is embedded into everything that we do. And starting to get today, together, that is what we'll deliver. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
We now turn to the highlight of conference. Mewn ychydig dros ddeufis, mi fydd pobl Cymru yn bwrw pleidlais i ethol Llywodraeth newydd. With just over 2 months left until Wales goes to the polls to elect a new government, please give the warmest of welcomes to our candidate for First Minister. Rowch groeso arbennig I arweinydd Plaid Cymru, Rhyn ap Iorwerth.
Gyfeillion. Gyfeillion, mae hi...
It's truly exciting to be here in the company of so many of you here in Newport, a city that was at the heart of the Industrial Revolution and, of course, is famous for the Chartist uprising in 1839. And thanks to the sacrifice of those that went before us, we can now vote in free elections that are fair and peaceful, and that spirit of community, of cooperation, of fighting for the rights of those without a voice, and wanting to send a clear message to Westminster is living here in Wales and in Plaid Cymru still. Now, thus on the verge of the most important election ever in our young democracy, here's an historic opportunity, again here in Newport, to give a stage to our plan to change the course of our country for the better.
Friends, in just 10 weeks' time, Wales will go to the polls. Change feels irresistible. Even Labour themselves look as if they'll be glad of a break. But nothing can be taken for granted. We win only through hard work and by building a partnership of trust with the people of Wales. And 2, we view this election as an end point at our peril, because this generational opportunity isn't about the pursuit of power. It's about the possibilities presented by change and the potential to do better for the people of Wales. We're in the qualifying heat for the big race, if you like. And what matters most is what comes next. So how can Welsh Government be different after May? What will change for the ordinary man, woman or child in Wales? And why should that change be led by Plaid Cymru? These are all questions I faced travelling the length and breadth of our nation over the last few months. People's enthusiasm for this election is energising, and like anything I or we have ever experienced before. But there's real fear too. And that's why we must be totally focused on our task over the coming weeks, not just to answer why not Reform or one of the other parties, but to persuade people why Plaid Cymru and why now is the time. For me, the answer is simple. We offer hope. Hope that can overcome people's fears of other political forces leading Wales down a dark path. Hope that things can get better for our health service, that our relatives or friends won't have to wait so long for treatment, or that the burden of childcare costs on our sons' and daughters' household budgets will be eased. And hope that finally Wales will have a government willing to stand up to Keir Starmer, to Joe Stevens and anyone else denying our nation the fairness it deserves. In fact, Westminster treats Wales with contempt with such alarming frequency, it's sometimes difficult to keep up. So let's recap the events of the last few months and remind people why a Plaid Cymru government isn't just desirable, but essential if the Labour UK government is to be forced to take our country seriously. Even Labour members see it. We're a couple of weeks past Valentine's now, but December began with whatever you'd call the opposite of a love letter sent to the UK Prime Minister, signed by the majority of Labour's Senedd backbenchers, accusing Keir Starmer of a constitutional outrage and an unwarranted attack on devolution in the shape of the Internal Market Act. On to January, closer to St. Dwyn Wednesday, and former Minister Lee Waters launched a scathing attack on the Secretary of State for Wales, Jo Stevens, accusing her of being the most anti-devolution Welsh Secretary for half a century. And in February, the Home Secretary flatly refused to use her review of policing as an opportunity to actually deliver what's meant to be Labour's own policy in Wales of devolving policing. The response of Labour Senedd members, incidentally, was to then vote against a Plaid Cymru motion on devolving justice and policing, and for the First Minister to tell me she didn't really want to talk about it. It's her policy. And then you have the remarkable spectacle at the height of the damning Mandelson scandal of Eluned Morgan choosing to come to the defence of Keir Starmer and his catastrophic poor judgment. Conference from petty quibbles to personal clashes to party-wide open conflict, it's a damning catalogue which has come to typify a Labour Party simply unfit to govern anymore. Out of ideas, out of time, and so clearly now out of touch with the people of Wales. Every intervention now smacks of desperation, DJing for clicks, gaslighting the public for the fact that pubs are struggling, telling everyone to get off their sofas and stop watching Netflix. But for Labour, it really is last orders. A new order awaits, one where ambition is no longer taboo, where Wales can, not Wales can't, and where people can begin to feel hope again. Friends, for Labour, the party is over. And so the election in May will be a choice between two contrasting futures. Tolerance or division. Progress or decay. Defiance or deference. Culture or ignorance. Humanity or indifference. Plaid Cymru or reform. To set it out in the starkest of terms, I invite those of you who remember to cast your minds back to the spring of 1979. This weekend marks 47 years since Wales voted against a creation of a parliament of our own. Willingly, we wandered into the political wilderness, afraid of taking our futures into our own hands, settling for the status quo, whilst Scotland said yes, though had other barriers put before them. And now, at conference, we all know that a reform government would set our country back decades. The modern-day equivalent of saying no to Wales. Faceless candidates and feckless council leaders from Northumberland to Kent are the canaries in the mine when it comes to what Farage has in store for our parliament and our people. They say they accept devolution for now, but they'd turn against it on a whim. We all know they have zero loyalty to Wales or to our nationhood. No accountability, no seriousness, no policies, and no shame in using our nation just as an electoral springboard, nothing else. And what of Farage's man in Wales? An ex-Tory leader of a London council, Thatcher's own council no less, but this man took privatisation to levels even she didn't imagine. When we asked for a ban, it's consequential. This really isn't what we had in mind. With such a damning litany, a parade of ex-Tories, you'd expect them to be no-hopers too. But they're not. They have deep pockets to spread propaganda and evangelise the deep fakes of Musk's putrid platforms. And they have the right-wing media in the palm of their hands. But despite their rags and their riches, Wales would be so much wealthier without them. And as Caerphilly proved, our communities won't be fooled by the pint-pulling here today, gone tomorrow antics of reform. Farage may have had a drink or two on the by-election campaign trail, all part of his common man facade, but Nigel and Welsh Dave were no match for our Penyrewl vintage. Congratulations, llongyfarchiadau enfawr unwaith eto, Lindsay Whittle. Conference, if the chaos engulfing reform-run councils is our guide to what they would offer, let the Caerphilly by-election be our blueprint for a better future. As Lindsay has said many times, our campaign was grounded in hope, a positive vision of what Wales can and should achieve, an understanding and appreciation of local issues, coupled with credible, compassionate national leadership. Whilst others sought to disrupt and to divide, we put our arms around those who needed that compassion the most. Now, coverage of the election took us to some unexpected places. Lindsay Whittle in The Guardian, quoting Michelle Obama. When they go low, we go high. And he was right, of course. When reform seeks to drag our political debate into the gutter, we don't follow like Labour and the Tories do. We challenge them head on. We saw it play out in full technicolor in the TV debate ahead of the by-election, didn't we? A reform candidate who misjudged the mood as much as he was misguided in his judgment. And he was tackled head on by Lindsay, yes, absolutely. But more importantly, by the audience too. Reform's poster boy crumbling quicker than, yes, Caerphilly cheese. Because of his eye-rolling lack of compassion and kindness to those he sought to represent. Cole and Alison Vyas stood up for themselves and their community. Now, by sheer coincidence, their front door was the very last that I knocked on election day itself. I remember very fondly the conversation that we had. They weren't members of Plaid Cymru then, but they are now, having joined us because we share a vision of building bridges and breaking down barriers. And as of last week, Alison is an elected Plaid Cymru community councillor too. And more. And more. It is an absolute pleasure to have Alison and Cole with us today. Welcome to Plaid Cymru. Croeso i Plaid Cymru. Of course, it's not just reform that a Plaid Cymru government would challenge, but the wider Westminster establishment too. From day one, as your First Minister, I would work to reset the relationship between Welsh and UK governments, a relationship characterised now as one of disrespect, disinterest, and at times it seems willful ignorance. My first conversation with the UK Prime Minister would set out a commitment to working constructively and cordially, but it would also set out my clear expectation that the will of the people of Wales must no longer be ignored. So that's fair funding, parity of powers with Scotland, a new Wales bill to put those matters in statute as a matter of urgency. Nothing less will do. To complement this ask, a new standing commission will be established to spark a national conversation about the shape of Wales's future and how we are governed, the extent to which we want to define the landscape of tomorrow. conference, the enormity of the task which lies ahead isn't lost on me. I'm not ashamed to say that, and it won't surprise you one bit, that it can all feel daunting at times. And I hope you'll take that honesty in the spirit it's intended, not to make this moment about me, but to press the seriousness with which all of us in Plaid Cymru are approaching this. The prospect of leading this nation that I love fills me with deep humility, but without others, without you, our fellow citizens in all parts of the country, there is nothing and nobody to lead. And for me, politics has always been a collective endeavor. The spirit of community instilled in me by my upbringing and the importance my parents placed on duty have stayed with me ever since. I'm excited by the team who I hope will be leading Wales after May. They tell a compelling story of experience, of enthusiasm, deep convictions, and a drive to work every day for a better Wales. Now, tomorrow I'll be unveiling our first 100 days plan, a programme which sets out what a Plaid Cymru government would be all about in its formative days, weeks and months. It's not complacency, of course, but the complete opposite. This is not presuming, it's preparing. If the people of Wales put their trust in us, we have to be prepared to start paying back that trust immediately. In fact, the complacent thing to do would be to commit all our energy just to winning. See Trump, see Cummings, see Starmer and McSweeney, rather than giving careful thought to what follows. Remember, the marathon is yet to be run. So with that deeply felt sense of duty, and in the belief that any party leading in the polls has a responsibility to prepare for government, I look forward to sharing more on the first 100 days plan with you in due course. On y gynta, gadwch I fydd y chwelyd at...
We return to that question. Why Plaid Cymru? Any political party can criticise or denigrate their opponents, but these are just empty words on their own. They're worth nothing unless you have your own vision. So what drives me every day is the belief that a Plaid Cymru government can offer something better to our citizens from the cradle to the grave, that there is hope and a true vision and the means to realise it.
The Plaid Cymru government I lead will be clear on its priorities, because real change can only happen when you lean in on those priorities. If absolutely everything is a priority, then all you have is a wish list of the kind that has defined how Labour has governed Wales for 27 years. The kind that produces that gap we in Wales have sadly come to expect between intention and implementation, rhetoric and reality. Without clear targets, Labour Welsh governments have had nothing to aim for, and time and energy has been wasted on endlessly analysing problems rather than working to fix them. The plan we're putting forward is different. It's as focused as it is radical. And one of the things that makes it radical is that at its heart, our offer is simple. We want to make lives more livable, life chances more equal, and fair play the foundation of Welsh life. We're not looking to do the impossible, and nor will we get lost in the same word soup of endless and repetitive strategies that's become Labour's signature dish. We'll focus our efforts on a clear set of priorities, on doing the basics better, so that we can really improve people's lives in ways that matter. Labour has done too little, too late to tackle NHS waiting lists. Thousands of people, the length and breadth of our nation, are in limbo and living in discomfort or pain, with weeks too often becoming months, becoming years. We all, every one of us in this hall, knows someone suffering on an NHS waiting list. And as long as that goes on, those lists will continue to suck in ever more resources from the rest of our health and care services, from our GPs and dentists, pharmacies, from A&E departments, social care and public health services, and legions of brilliant, caring health professionals will continue to face the frustration of not being free to care as they want to and as they've been trained to. The Plaid Cymru government I lead will focus on driving down waiting lists, not only because that matters for its own sake, but because we also need to give ourselves breathing space if we're to create a truly sustainable health and care service that's fit for the challenges of the 21st century. Based on recommendations from the Royal College of Surgeons, the centrepiece of our plan will be the creation of 10 surgical hubs, dedicated centres for operations dealing with some of the longest waiting lists in specialisms including ophthalmology, orthopaedics, and general surgery. We'll improve access to GPs out of hours and through telehealth services, taking pressures out of the system. And as waiting lists go down, then we'll plan for a generational change in how health and care services are delivered in Wales. We'll shift the focus from merely treating illness to tackling its root causes. And I'll appoint a minister in government with direct responsibility for overseeing this shift, leading on the preventative agenda not just within health and care policy, but right across government, from housing to education, culture, anti-poverty measures, right across the board. As we look to the 80th birthday of our National Health Service, a service that was born here in Wales, of course, the Plaid Cymru government will make sure it's fighting fit and better placed to deliver the kind of care dedicated staff wants to give and that all of us need and value. And conference, I promise you this, where reform would sell it to the highest bidder in a heartbeat, and the Plaid Cymru, our NHS will always be free to access at the point of need. Over the past months, travelling to and meeting people in every part of Wales, I've heard the same thing on doorstep after doorstep. People everywhere, from every walk of life, are struggling with a cost of living crisis that, under Labour stewardship, shows no sign of easing. One thing that families raise with me time and time again is the eye-watering cost of childcare. Too many parents of young children, and too many mothers in particular, tell me that it simply doesn't make financial sense for them to return to work. They'll be earning less than they'd need to cover the costs of their children's care. And how is it fair, they ask me, that parents in England receive so much help with childcare for their 9-month or 1-year-olds when I receive none? Or conference, it isn't fair. And that's why Plaid Cymru will introduce a radical new offer on childcare, building to 20 hours for every child from the age of 9 months to 4 years, with 30 hours for children aged 3 and 4 where their parents are in work, education, or training. Transformative. That's thousands of pounds back in families' pockets, just when they need it most. It's an opportunity for more parents to return to work or to pick up more hours. It's an offer of real, practical support, not only to parents, but to grandparents too, so many of whom have had to step in to plug the gap. We will go further than any other government on these islands, delivering an offer that's universal and ensures every child has access to the lifelong benefits that flow from quality childcare and early years education, regardless of background or family income. And our ambition to give every child the best start in life doesn't end there. The very best foundation we can give our young people is an education that prepares them to confront life's challenges and make the most of its opportunities, that equips them with the skills they need to thrive. Under Labour, our education system is failing too many of our young people when it comes to developing critical skills in reading, in writing, in maths. As reflected in Wales's PISA results, educational standards are simply not good enough and have been getting worse. The skills gap is all the greater for students from the most disadvantaged backgrounds who underperform compared to their peers in every other part of the UK. Students in England achieve more on a similar or lower level of per pupil funding. So falling standards in Welsh schools aren't just a case of what we spend, but how we spend it. Well, we need to reset and refocus if we're to raise the bar. Our new foundational literacy and numeracy plan will set national and school-level targets on literacy and numeracy, as well as tailored benchmarks for individual students. It'll provide greater clarity for teachers on what their students should be achieving and by when, and ensure that all pupils are taught following the internationally agreed best practice for instruction in literacy. We'll embed literacy standards across the curriculum, ensuring that they're central to every subject, not just English and Welsh. We'll ensure that by 2030, every primary school has a dedicated library space, the resources to give every pupil the gift of a lifelong love of reading. We'll invest in recruiting a new generation of teachers, and will support our existing education workforce to do more of what they do best, teach, by working with them to cut bureaucracy in our schools, grow opportunities for professional development, and tackle persistent challenges in attendance, behaviour, and students' mental health. We know that these challenges, and many others besides, are rooted in a fundamental injustice at the heart of our society.
Conference, nearly 1 in 3 children in Wales live in poverty. Almost a third of our children come to school too hungry to learn or have parents, with the majority of them are in work, remember. They go without food so that there's enough for the children. Children without the simplest things, nor the certainty that will give them a foundation for an education of good standard. So let me be absolutely clear. Plaid Cymru will not accept that child poverty is inevitable. Is one of the reasons why we pushed for free school meals for every primary school pupil, a policy that Labour was so reluctant to adopt. But in government, we will build on this, with free school meals in our secondary schools, starting with pupils from homes that receive universal credit. Labour are very ready to brag that they've invested £7 billion in, well, as they say, in tackling poverty. But this is the problem. What have they got to show for it? The rates of poverty are on the rise. They're increasing. And that means one thing. The wrong kind of investment has been made in the wrong kinds of measures. Plaid Cymru, it's not the size of the expenditure that is a way of measuring success in tackling child poverty, but what we will actually achieve. Firm evidence. Empty headlines. That's what steers our work. The evidence given by the Bevan and Joseph Rowntree Foundations tell us that our new proposal on childcare will have a transformative effect on child poverty. And based on the child payment in Scotland, which has lifted tens of thousands of children out of poverty, we will introduce a pilot on direct child payment ourselves. It's called Cynnal. This pilot will help build the case for devolving powers that will enable us to implement a full programme across Wales. Another example of our determination to challenge the United Kingdom government of whatever party to give us the powers that we need to tackle the mess that they've created once and for all.
Conference, 27 years of Labour's policy failures are reflected in raising levels of child poverty, levels they refuse to properly acknowledge. Well, their wider failure on the economy, though, is something even they will freely admit. Labour don't know what they are doing on the economy. Not my words, but those of a former Labour economy minister. According to Eluned Morgan, her predecessor as First Minister The current Cabinet Secretary for Finance has never been interested in the economy. Let that sink in. Well, conference, I am interested in the economy. Very, very interested, in fact, in building an economy that delivers good, sustainable and high-paying jobs and real prosperity in every corner of Wales. I'm very proud that Plaid Cymru is the only party going into this election with a plan for our economy that's both credible and comprehensive. You don't have to take my word for it. According to the think tank Democracy Collaborative, our plan, Making Wales Work, is a substantial piece of economic policy thinking and a deeply serious strategy to fill the economic policy void with substantive solutions. Our plan, backed by economists and business leaders alike, centres on promoting and supporting the Welsh businesses that are the backbone not only of our economy, but of our communities. The businesses that provide the best, most sustainable jobs and whose investment in Wales is for the long term. Plaid's new National Development Agency, business-led, directly supporting Welsh companies to secure investment, to grow and to trade, will be alive to innovation in key growth sectors like renewables and green technology, digital and artificial intelligence, medical technologies, food systems, agri-tech, and the creative industries. We'll make better use of public sector procurement to grow Welsh supply chains, spending more of the Welsh pound in Wales. And we'll offer a new deal on business rates to those businesses in retail, leisure and hospitality on which vibrant town centres and local economies rely. The Plaid Cymru government I lead will be unequivocally and unapologetically pro-business and pro-prosperity in all its meanings. Prosperous in jobs and wages, yes, but prosperous also in the sense of the well-being of people and in communities being able to reach their best. And we'll work with our partners in business right across Wales to deliver the highest standards of social investment, environmental responsibility, and decent work. Working together, I know we can unlock Wales's economic potential. So friends, there you have them. My priorities for government: a health and care service that works, an education system focused on equipping every pupil with essential life skills, childcare to ease the pressures on family budgets and doing what works to lift children and families out of poverty, and supporting Welsh business to grow and provide good, sustainable jobs. Educational standards, wages, the number of successful Welsh businesses up, waiting lists, childcare costs, and the number of children condemned to a life in poverty down. Each priority with clear metrics by which to measure our achievements and hold us accountable, and taken together a transformational package to make lives in Wales better. But none of this will be possible if we undermine good, practical ideas with business-as-usual government. Westminster is rotten to the core. We've seen time and time again that when the party of government changes, core principles hardly ever do. The wealthy protecting the wealthy, a blind eye being turned far too often, one rule for them, another for everyone else. We saw it with the expenses scandal, with COVID, and with the way in which some politicians boomerang back into the spotlight time and again despite serious wrongdoings. Those guilty of this are rebranded, reinvented, rehabilitated, allowing the moral bar to be lowered even further. Hardly anything surprises us anymore. Well, we mustn't allow good politics and effective politicians to be held back. I want us to do politics differently in Wales, and here's how. From Brexit to COVID, a sense of being unheard and not listened to has been normalized. A feeling of being left behind, of helplessness in the face of events and tribulation, of being let down, even abandoned by conventional politics and the establishment political parties is manifest. We have to promote the kind of democracy that engages people and dispels cynicism. By empowering individuals and communities, something which runs deep in Plaid Cymru's thinking and in our values, we can revitalise what's felt like a redundant political model. We can offer Wales a different kind of deal, drawing on our collective experiences and aspirations to shape a better Wales. We have to break with the old political groupthink of the liberal left. We know what's the matter and we'll solve it for you, in favour of a more modest and inclusive mantra. Tell us what matters to you and we'll do what we can to help you make a difference. This is the change I promise. All of the policies, the plans I've outlined today are based on what people tell us when they work with us. We aim to be known as a team that runs a better government, or quite simply gets the basics right. We'll be people-centred, thinking always of the impact of our policies, legislation, and actions, and what they will have on people's lives in Wales. We'll be open, transparent, digitally driven, sharing information and insights, highlighting opportunities and challenges to build a new confidence and a new trust in our Welsh democracy. We'll be cooperative and collaborative, bringing people together within government, across the public sector, third sector, business, and so on, and beyond, to solve common problems together. And above all, we'll be unrelenting in our focus on outcomes, not outputs, leaning in not on how much we do, but rather on the return we get from doing it. Translating these values into practice means we need a new approach. After all, you can't expect different results if all you do is the same thing over and over again. That's why we'll strengthen the Cabinet Office, creating a properly resourced central team, arming ministers with better data so they can make more informed decisions and ultimately help create better outcomes. And to achieve a more effective government, I'm announcing today that I will create a new ministerial position in government whose job it is to break down silos, ensure joined-up working and deliver effectively on the promises we make. A minister charged with ensuring government effectiveness in a team that promises genuine new leadership for Wales. The Welsh public won't stand, and they shouldn't have to stand, for a repeat of mistakes made by previous Welsh governments. We're determined to learn from them. It's not about replacing one minister for delivery with another. It's about inserting the importance of outcomes and bangs for your bucks into everything we do, right across government. Not just chasing if something's being done, but in changing, if we need to, the way we try to achieve it. We know money will be tight, which is why efficiency and value for money will be at the heart of our vision for effective government. Not the penny pinching of the austerity years, but using our scarce resources wisely. Value for money as a moral imperative, because every pound wasted will be an opportunity lost. And this isn't the dry stuff of process or one just for the anoraks. Dealing well with days when it's raining, whilst setting our sights on brighter days, should concern us all. Gyfeillion, mae hi'n glir.
Friends, it's clear Plaid Cymru is the only party that can marry a vision, effective administration, and a vision for our future. It's a two-horse race now. Cymru or reform. But on the ballot paper, all you will see is one name that puts the people and communities of Wales first, and it's Plaid Cymru.
Friends, this is a moment 100 years in the making. It's Wales's moment, a time of renewal and rewards. This spring, the season of change, the one-party electoral dominance of the past century looks like it's giving way to new beginnings. Wales can finally grow. Civility, deference to Westminster, managing and appeasing, power without purpose, everything we've endured are the things which have held us back. Or conference, we say no more. Labour are on the way out, and reform with Trump's playbook in hand will sell out to the highest bidder. It's what they're made of. But we can make a difference, and we can win. Winning a new Wales for the hope of a better tomorrow. Building on a century's work of putting the interests of Wales at the very reason for our being. Pairing power with principles and bringing new leadership with a sense of mission which has been absent for far too long. Don't risk Wales's future by choosing more of the same or a ruinous rabble of ex-Tories whose goal will never be the well-being of Wales, but victory alone for their own interests. Choose the path that can let us prosper. Embrace change and all its promise. Set fear aside and find the courage to say that Wales deserves better than this. Elect the party of Wales as the party of better governments, for those who led the way and those whose legacies lift us, for the hope we can offer to those left behind or left broken, for those who will follow and whose fortunes will be forged by the fortitude we can show today, and for a nation that dares not just to dream, but to do and to seize its moment. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Well, friends, this feels a little bit like after the Lord Mayor's show, doesn't it? After Trín's inspired speech. And I thank him from the bottom of my heart for offering a vision for Wales, the vision that's needed. But, conference, it's a real honour to be with you this afternoon in Newport as we prepare forming a Plaid Cymru government for the first time ever. That's under Trín's leadership. Isn't it great to be able to say those words? And friends, I want to state, with my tongue firmly out of my cheek this time, that the future of education in Wales depends entirely on having a Plaid Cymru government in place after the 7th of May. Because the standards of education declined year after year under the Labour Party, with generations of children failed in the current education system.
After 27 years of Labour's Welsh government, the state of our education system does a disservice to our school leaders, our dedicated teachers and teaching assistants, and most especially our learners. Literacy and numeracy levels are the worst they've ever been since records began. We have some of the worst post-16 participation rates in the UK. Higher education in Wales is on its knees, and our wider skills system is failing to prepare too many of our young people for both the challenges and opportunities of Wales' 21st century economy. We need a system-wide reboot to strip it right back and get the fundamentals right. And that is what a Plaid Cymru government will do. The most recent Estyn Chief Inspector's annual report makes for sobering reading. On key skills, the foundation of any good education, our system is failing. I'm sorry, there's no other word for it. Failing too many of our children. This Labour Welsh government has burdened schools with, and I quote from Estyn's report, inconsistency and mixed priorities, while simultaneously failing to set clear national expectations about what children should be achieving and when, in reading and writing, in both English and Welsh, and in mathematics. And teachers' training is not giving our teachers the skills they need to teach literacy and numeracy with confidence at either primary or secondary level. We aren't setting benchmarks for age-appropriate levels of literacy and numeracy, and we're not collecting the right data to measure students' progress against these targets. Conference, this simply is not good enough. We need a reset. We need, dare I say it, to get back to basics so that every pupil leaves school with the foundational skills they need to get ahead in life. Dyna pam y bydd Llywodraeth Plaid Cymru.
That's why a Plaid Cymru government will prioritise, just as we've heard from Trin already today, better standards in our schools. And that's why we'll be introducing a numeracy and literacy scheme that will be a basic new scheme. It'll set clear guidance for teachers as what should be taught to our children and our young people and how to do it. This will ensure that every child will be educated and taught to read using synthetic phonics, the standard agreed internationally for teaching literacy. Conference. I know that this sounds terribly technical and perhaps also a little basic, but that's the point. Simply, under Labour, we have lost sight of those building blocks which were a foundation for good education. At the moment, teachers and school leaders deal with a mixture of different guidance, a mixture of different requirements that overlap and contradict each other.
Plaid
Plaid Cymru government will be much clearer on the priorities and our ambition for our learners, and much clearer then on what we will be asking of our teachers.
My promise to our teachers and teaching assistants is this. Under the Plaid Cymru government, you will be better supported to do what you do best, and that is to teach. As we will outline further in our plan tomorrow for our first 100 days in government, we have listened to teachers, experts and students when it comes to improving conditions in our schools. We will get to work from day one to reduce the burden of bureaucracy for teachers and school leaders, to build in more time for professional development and training, and to address critical overlapping issues in our classrooms, such as poor behaviour, persistent absenteeism, and mental health. We will implement in full the recommendations from the National Behaviour Summit and pilot a new wraparound approach to embedding specialist and trauma-informed support within our schools so that we can better address the root causes of these challenges. Yn ogystal â chefnogi yn gweithlu addysg.
As well as supporting our current education workforce better, we also know that improving resources and facilities in our school is essential if we want to increase the workforce that we so desperately need for the future. And indeed, we are facing regular deficiencies in terms of recruiting in our secondary schools, especially amongst teachers who can teach through the medium of Welsh, and in key subjects such as maths, the sciences, and foreign languages. Has Labour turned every stone to try and increase the number of students who go to initial training for teacher training? No, they definitely haven't. Specifically, teachers who do teacher training courses in priority subjects in Wales are under a great disadvantage, a disadvantage of up to £15,000 compared to their peers in England. The evidence shows clearly that there is a definite link between increasing bursaries and higher recruiting to initial teacher training, especially in subjects where there is a paucity, a scarcity such as physics, chemistry and maths. So, a Plaid Cymru government will offer bursaries for subjects that are scarce, and they will correspond to ones in England by the end of the Senedd term, thereby encouraging more of our best students, our brightest students, to train and teach here in Wales. This is essential in order to raise standards, and we'll also set about tirelessly to fulfil the aims of the Welsh Language Act, ensuring that at least 50% of the children of Wales receive their education through the medium of Welsh by 2050. This is a target which is much higher than the current 40%. And also, friends, we will guarantee the history of Wales will become a central part of the curriculum from primary school age to secondary school. And higher education too, so that the next generation will learn more about our identity and the story of our nation and understand better who they are as people. I was in Ireland at the beginning of the week. Every pupil in Ireland knows their own history. From prehistory, long time ago, till today. And that's what we need to be ambitious about here.
And that Plaid Cymru has a plan to deliver in our schools is mirrored right across our skills system. Here too, we are too often failing to get the basics right, trying to put too many square pegs in round holes, and failing to give too many of our students the advice and support they need to access the education or training that is right for them. We need far more joined-up thinking and coordinated action between our schools, colleges, universities, and employers, so that learners are more aware of the full range of options open to them, and so that they are better able to match their interests and strengths to opportunities for education and training that lead to work that they enjoy and value. We will work to build a skills system that really works for every learner, with a clear national strategy for vocational education, and to support every learner to choose the best pathway for them through sixth form, college, an apprenticeship, or university into the world of work. And when it comes to Wales's universities, confidence, we know that we are facing little short of a crisis. The current funding model is simply unsustainable, and we have no choice but to radically overhaul it. At the same time, fewer students in Wales are going on to university, and the participation gap between students from the most and least disadvantaged backgrounds is widening. These problems are intrinsically connected. We are actively sending many of our young people to universities over the border, and with them goes £2 in every £5 the Welsh Government spends on student finance. At the same time, we are failing to support too many of our students from the poorest households, though no less capable for that to consider going to university at all. The system simply isn't working. So in our first 100 days in government, we will establish the independent and comprehensive review of higher education funding in Wales that we, and many, it should be said, in the sector itself, have long called for. A key aim will be to restoring higher education to financial sustainability in a way that supports and maintains our universities as viable and independent centres of learning and keeps more of our young talent here in Wales. We want to encourage more people to come to Wales to study and work and attract back those who have left to study over the border. Through a reformed SEREN programme, we will also target support at closing the participation gap. Friends, where reform lashes out at our students and threatens our universities with defunding on the back of concocted outrage, as they did for Bangor University a couple of weeks ago, the timeless tactics of the insecure bully, straight out of the Trump playbook, Plaid Cymru will support a new and sustainable future for higher education in Wales.
So, I close, friends. That's it. Vision of our party for a new dawn for education in Wales. From the root to the summit, from the cradle to lifelong education in the world of work. We will rebuild our education system on firm foundations, in doing the most basic things well. Now, our responsibility is to go out and ensure this new future for education in Wales is going to be realised, and with that, a new future and a brighter one for our nation. And I know every single one of you in this hall will be ready to campaign every day between now and the 7th of May to ensure this brighter, better future that our children and young people, our students and our teachers all deserve. Let's go for it, friends. Let's go for it. To create history.
Let's create history together on the 7th of May. Diolch yn fawr i chi.
Proceedings today with a speech by the Arfon MS and our spokesperson on housing and planning. Rowch groeso i'r llwyfan, I Siân Gwynfor.
Good afternoon, and it is wonderful to be here on the threshold of an historical election. And I'm sure we're still hearing the words of Rhyn ap Iorwerth and are inspired by his speech. It is obvious that a vote for Plaid Cymru is the best way of keeping reform and its politics of hate out of the Senedd of Wales. We have all been frightened by their vile rhetoric, and I am afraid to think of the future should they grasp the reins of power.
Of what reform being in charge would look like for residents in my constituency of Arfon. A few weeks ago, Reform UK's head of policy launched a culture war in Wales by threatening to withhold funding from Bangor University after its student debating society decided not to host the party. On the same day, Reform UK launched its Welsh policy, one of its very few Welsh policies. It launched a policy to place a so-called free speech duty on universities, giving ministers the powers to impose financial penalties or to withdraw financial support. Conference, this is straight out of the Trump playbook. This is an attack on learning and on the value of education. It also disregards the pivotal role of institutions like Bangor University in our local economy and community. A place of learning established through the efforts of quarrymen, now providing thousands of jobs for local people. The intervention by Reform is a chilling reminder of what we can expect if they lead the Welsh Government in May. Reform UK used tactics of fear and threat to silence any individuals who speak out with different views. And I know this from direct experience. Following an onslaught of online abuse after calling out their threats to Bangor University. But I have a message for Reform supporters. You can bully me as much as you like. You're ageist, and misogynistic attacks towards myself as an older woman in politics is an attack on older women everywhere. Your attacks towards the fact that I use the Welsh language in my public life is an attack on the Welsh language. But I say this to Reform: you will not silence me.
There are two futures facing Wales. One frightens us all, but it makes us more determined, absolutely determined to campaign against it. The future that Plaid Cymru offers is hopeful, kind, and one which respects everyone, irrespective of background. That would include the right to everyone to have a home and ending homelessness. It is an honour to be Plaid Cymru's housing spokesperson in the Senedd, and it's true to say that housing has always been a part of my... my father was an architect, the first in our family to go to university. He worked in local government, finishing his career being responsible for the repair and maintenance of council houses in Llyn, where he came from, which is now part of Gwynedd Maldwyn's constituency. His father, my grandfather, was a builder, one of the score of builders who went the Welsh streets in Anfield, Liverpool. My great-grandfather was a quarryman in Dyffryn Nantlle, producing slates for houses across the world. It's not surprising, therefore, that housing and matters relating to houses are part of my DNA. Wales is in a housing crisis. That crisis is deepening every day. Housing problems are third on the worries of people, following health and money. Housing comes third, and it affects thousands of families, children, individuals who are deprived of this most basic right, a decent, safe, stable home. Let's be quite clear from the beginning. The conditions of houses in Wales are amongst the worst in Europe. Too many people live in poor quality homes that are cold, damp, unsuitable. And this, of course, makes public health worse, pushes up cost of living, makes fuel poverty worse, and undermines our attempts to tackle the climate crisis. The evidence is clear and consistent across the whole housing sector, and the results are to be seen on our streets, in our communities. Homelessness continues to rise. There was a report this week saying that the number of young people facing homelessness in Wales has risen by 8%. 8% in a year. Greatest increase in the whole of the home nations. Rents in Wales are rising faster than anywhere, and the local housing allowance is still frozen by the UK Labour government. And at the root of all this, there is one simple truth. We don't have enough social housing. The result, a direct result of the past policies, particularly the right to buy by the Tories, but it also reflects the failure of the current Welsh Government to increase the supply at the necessary rate. The Children's Commissioner has stated clearly that the current housing system lets children down. and cuts across their rights.
Recently gathered the views of children and young people on housing and homelessness. Their words, the children's words, reveal the stark reality. I hear my brother coughing with asthma most nights. My parents can't, so I go to help him. I worry, what if I can't hear him and he chokes? Those are the words of a 14-year-old worried about the impact of house mould on a younger sibling. We could possibly get kicked out because of noise. A 14-year-old worried about siblings making too much noise whilst living in temporary B&B accommodation. I want a bed and a bedroom. A care-experienced young person when asked what they want from a home.
This goes further than houses, of course. It relates to health, education, the child development and family life. And at the other peak, there are over 20,000 second homes in Wales. It creates vulnerable communities, including where the Welsh language is strongest. There are some new measures afoot, thanks to Plaid Cymru's work in the Senedd. County Council and national parks have new planning and tax powers, and Cyngor Gwynedd leads the way in using this additional tax funding to create affordable homes for local people. Over the next week, the Senedd will be discussing legislation which will need a licence to use property as short-term holiday lets. And the Senedd has passed a bill which helps to deal more quickly and effectively with homelessness, the work that I took a central part in the Senedd over the last few months and years indeed. But of course, much work remains to be done. The current situation isn't good enough. This is not the Wales that we want, and we shouldn't lie back and accept that this will be the future. There is a better way, and Plaid Cymru offers leadership and new hope. We commit to implement the homelessness bill and the allocation of new social housing. We are going to embed the preventive principle and homes first and trauma-informed policy, which puts the individual at the heart of the system. And we want the right to a decent home embedded in Welsh law, making it clear that it is a basic right. Plaid Cymru would establish an arm's-length body, UNOS, to speed up the rate of social housing, backing local authorities and housing associations and promoting innovation, the right sort of housing in the right place at the right rate, with communities being part of the planning process and knowing and identifying the need right from the very beginning. We also have to strengthen the right of renters, fair rent, ending no-fault eviction and making sure that all homes are suitable to live in, safe and warm. The evidence is clear and the suffering is felt at the grassroots, and it's felt in a very real sense. We would submit a national housing upgrading scheme to reduce bills and carbon emissions and taking pressures off the NHS. Over the last 18 months, I have been engaging widely with the housing assistance sector in Wales, and I have published 3 comprehensive policy papers setting out our policy as a party. We offer clear plans and definite plans for the way ahead.
Plaid Cymru is the only party that is setting out positive, workable solutions for housing in Wales. This is so important to me, so important to us, because I imagine a future where no child lies awake at night worrying their sibling could choke from the damp and mould. I imagine a future where all children are free to play and have fun in their own homes without worrying they could get kicked out because of noise. And I imagine a future where no child is left only to dream of a home with their own bed and a bedroom. That's something that's worth working for. Mae'n werth gweithio.
It's worth working for that future.
It's time for us all to work together to secure positive change and a new leadership for Wales in May. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Thank you.